So if you see anything in my inventory, no you didn't. Just want to put that out there. Like all of these, all of this. You didn't see any of this. This isn't, you can't, this doesn't, no, this doesn't exist. We're just gonna pretend like it doesn't. I had, my save file was corrupt, so I had to save it. And this is the only way to save it. So it's either that or we don't finish the game, so. Thank you, Arrow. I'm wearing a blouse, and then underneath I'm wearing a dress, and underneath I'm wearing a lot of layers. So first I'm wearing a bra and a girdle. And after that I'm wearing this blouse. And then after that I'm wearing this dress. And then on top of that I'm wearing pants. And then a belt. And yeah. So I have a Pokeball. This is the only like Pokeball I thought someone walked into my room. I almost shit my pants. I have a Pokeball. It's a Master Ball, though. You only get one, though, so, like... Get it? I'm doing good, though, Meow. I'm doing good. We're out here playing Pokemon. Doing a cosplay. You know how it is. Well, maybe you don't, but, you know, you're here. Monty, well, he's upstairs because my sister's home, and me and my sister had a fight this morning, so, like, he's with her. I don't know where I also had to, like, go through part of the game without y'all, so I could save the game. So we're not going to talk about it, but we're here. We made it out alive, and the game is, like, fixed, so hopefully we won't have any more issues. But I think this is the last town. And we found, this is like, I just got here. I just wanted to go to the next Pokemon Center, like as a checkpoint. So this is like where we've been at. Because the problem was the save file was corrupt. Apparently, hypothetically, you're not supposed to use a certain setting that I've been using for my DS. Because I use my DS. Play these. And that setting was corrupting the save file. So I know better for next time. Yep, my DS. Controlled by a controller. My DS, yeah. It's like a full screen DS. Like I'm using a projector to project it onto my monitor. And then that's what you guys are seeing. It's like the new wave of playing Pokemon games. I know I'm talented. I mean, no one's doing it like me. Hopefully we see Bianca so I can get a side-by-side. We learned. I don't know what's happening in the story because I had to skip so much to save the game. Like, I literally had to, like... Well, we haven't been listening to the story anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Also, my hat is chroma keying. Yes, I know it is. I have a blue screen behind me just for today. I read books! How many color berets do you have? I have every color beret. With the exception of pink ones. I have 3 pink ones, but I did just sell 1 pink one. So now I have 2 pink ones, but I think you only need 1. But when I was living in New York, I bought all different color berets. That was my beret era when I was in New York. Now that I'm back in Redacted, I think it's my headband era. Headband and beanie era. Thank you. I'm cosplaying Miss Bianca. If she could show up, that would be nice. Aw, man, I forgot to order something on Amazon. I have to order a case of my favorite monsters. Oh, I mean a redacted of my favorite monsters. No, I just want the yellow one. Why is it $20 on Amazon? Excuse me? Era, I'm serious. If I don't have a monster for a stream, it's a wrap. Like, I am not... It's just not gonna happen. 4! I'm like, those are usually like not max like 10. I can get 3 for 5 at the store. You know what's horrible? You know the Dunkin' Donuts that I've been bitching about that got closed? This is my prop for today. Prop queen. The Dunkin' Donuts next door to my house. Do you remember when it got closed? That was a big conundrum here on the Nemesis Network. I was devastated. Can I get a boo noise? Hold on. Do I have a boo? So it got closed down, and spoiler warning, the convenience store that the Dunkin' Donuts was in is now getting closed down as well. So now I have nowhere to get anything, and I want to, blah, 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 blah. I have nothing at all. I don't know what to do. I'm gonna be, I had to walk in the rain to get a monster stay. It was sick. This is so sick and twisted. A crisis. No, literally though it is. I was plucked. I'm pretty sure this is like really old and disgusting, but we're gonna use it today. I should have put on a nail, but it's fine. Oh my god, Theresa May followed me on Twitter. I was gagged. Theresa, if you ever want to do a Twitch collab, baby, I'm right here. We can play Simpsons Hit and Run. I got it on lock. They're honestly my favorite right now. I mean, like, still, they're gonna be my favorite. They have a great sense of humor. Their drag is really elevated. It's amazing. Oh, because you haven't seen UK. I thought you said Teresa. Please! Who is Theresa May? Me either, Kennedy. And I know that's like bad to say, but like honestly, like I did not expect the unexpected. The old prime minister? You thought an old prime minister followed me named Theresa May on my Twitter? Oh, it's a dragon gem. Oh, good morning, Ava. What was that one quote from Drag Race? Oh, fancy as shag. Yes, God, on your eleganza. That's Ginger Minge and Max. Okay, I have to come out and say that our next stream before Halloween, I'm gonna try to do. So we have some subathon perks that I haven't done yet. So I'm gonna do the Sid outfit next stream. Thursday. Oh, there's Cat in the Hat. Fuck. I expected to finish this. Fuck. What the fuck? Yeah, I know it's a pun on it, but I didn't know who she was. Like, I knew the name, but I was like, who the fuck? Well, I want to let you know we're not playing Cat in the Hat all the way through. I'll play it for one stream and that's it. I'm not finishing that shit. Unless it's really good. Not IMHO. I was actually just watching it. I was watching the Denali episode. I love... Hi, Arabella. How are you doing? I love IMHO. And then the new episode, they mentioned Twink Trash, and I was like, oh, because me and Twink Trash, like, started, like, drag. Same time, same place. Like, me and Twink have known each other. Not same place, but, like, online. Like, I've known Twink as long as I've known Bella. But all of my friends live in Chicago. It's over for me. I'm moving. I love Twink Trash. Yes, they do. They were talking about like they were just talking about like references, and they were talking about Twink's beautiful trench coat look they made themselves. Oh my god, I love that one, Ava. No, but I was talking about the one that the Elsa one where they talk about Snatch Game. Do I look like Bianca the trainer, or do I just look like this is a look? It's the way, like, Twink Trash can do no wrong. They're amazing. I'm, like, honored that they follow me and that we, like, grew up in the same, like, group. Like, they're incredible. I would die if I could get a crumb of their excellence. I'd be like, please feed me some talent. Fungus? Have you never heard of Fungus? Oh! Can you turn some of them into Nem stands? Listen, my Halloween is gonna be lit. I know I don't serve looks like that all the time. Oh, I thought we died. I was like, I'm honest, I don't even know where we're going. Because I had to save this game from the corrupt save file it was on. I'm not gonna say what I did, but I did use a superpower to walk through walls. And it was a very tedious process. It was a lot. Goonbago, my beloved. Rip. He's not dead. I need a dragon Pokemon. A dragon. Me too. There are some days that I'm like, yeah, we should probably go back to that, but I also don't remember how I got to play it. Because there was a huge setup that I had to have Pip help me with, and it was not fun. Well, like, it was fun, but it was a lot to set up. Oh, Serena's gonna go pee right next to Tamar. What was that? Wait, he just used my ability? Fuck you. Is Flygon not Bug Dragon? I don't know any of the types or who's who or what's what. I know Slowpoke and that's it. I don't even know it's like super effective against certain things. I'm like, oh yeah. I'm mad there's no map. Like, I have to do this. Oh, where are we going? Oh, this is Victory Road? Oh. Oh, we're heading towards Victory Road. Oops. I'll go this way. I didn't mean to do that. Speed run! No, she wasn't. No, 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 no. No. Cut the cameras. Excuse me? Wait. That. Do you have a source? Did she say this herself? Are you serious? No, 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 no. Okay, that makes it worse. Knowing that she brought that to... Oh my god. I told y'all that she was gonna wear outfits from season 2. But y'all clowned on me. I'll remember that. I wouldn't think seaside. Like, when I think seaside, like, I'm not from the UK. So, obviously, like, it doesn't matter. But, like, arcade? That's interesting. Yes, exactly, Serena. Exactly. But also, like, watch the episode of IMHO with Darby and Alexis, and who was the guest? I just followed them on Instagram and stuff because I was obsessed with them. Darby's take on Veronica on Drag Race is exactly how I feel. So, if it seems like I'm being harsh, there's another person on the internet. The newest one. I said new. Love make you love me in the shower. You know what I love? A proper sentence. What was that? I also love a shower. Who said anything about that, Marshall? No one said anything about her. Literally nobody did. Who? Nobody said that. I was saying that Darby's literally their take. Oh. Well. Love make you love me in the shower. What was that? Is that a lyric? Just some horny man. Yes, I love them. They're hilarious. I thought I followed them because I saw, like, I see them on Twitter all the time. Oh, nothing. Oh, nothing. The video from, I don't think it's Housewives. Who said that? God, that was like peak Rhode Island, like drag. Like everybody in Rhode Island was saying that. My character waddling through this. It's the way I'm like not ready to fight this gym leader because they're probably stronger than me, but it's fine. I didn't have to go that way. Oh yeah, same. That's the thing, like, I want to watch like all the housewives with like Nene Leakes and stuff like that. But, yeah, there are too many seasons and spin-offs. And I want to watch the one with Lisa Rinna. But I don't know. Those shows are like background noise to me. Like, I'll fall asleep to them, like Kardashians and stuff like that. Like, I can never like actually actively watch them. Oh, this guy's almost dead. I don't think I could watch all of Drag Race. I do it every other day. I know every episode, everything, every other. It's like my favorite show. Live from the QNN News Center, I'm Raja. And I'm Delta Work. So you've never seen season 3 with Delta, Marshall? Is what you're saying. Me either. And that's why I kind of feel bad for like just, I don't know. I feel like annoying posting my VODs on YouTube. I was like so confident doing it for so long. What if I just stopped? I feel bad because they're like 6-hour videos. Like, does anyone really watch them? I mean, maybe. Oh my god, I'm so excited for them on Dragula. I'm very excited for Dragula, but I want to see one person specifically flop very hard on their face and never recover, and I hope their career flops. And I hope they're unhappy for the rest of their life. What are we talking about? I don't know. I did reach my collection limit, so that's kind of, that you do make a good point. I did, so it's hard for me to gather my stuff. I wonder if there's a collections or a playlist limit on YouTube. Do you think there is? Serena? That was hateful. The way I I've ratioed her twice! I've ratioed her twice! I've ratioed her twice! Her original tweet that I said shut the fuck up got more likes and retweets. And her most recent one at Boulet's. How much did you pay her to get this? I've ratioed her both times and she can't even see it because I have her blocked. She doesn't even know that I'm posting this stuff about her because I have her blocked. It's fucking hilarious. Eat shit. I'm sorry, like, I don't think there's nothing you could say. There's nothing you could say. There's nothing you could say. Listen, like, I think, We're really talking about stuff today. Listen. Fuck, I'm a mess. Listen, I think everybody should be held accountable for what they do. But I think there is a clear and obvious difference between something you say 10 years ago and atoning for it and holding yourself accountable than in the present day being violently transphobic to pre-op and non-binary people. You are sick. And the only reason you posted a fake-ass apology is because the belays made you post it before the TV show airs so their ratings don't drop. And that's just the tea. I don't need the backstage shit. I don't need anything about that. I know what it is. We all know what it is. We know exactly what it is. Cause you know, she's pissed off. She's like, I want to keep posting about how much I hate non-binary people and how people are this and that. You know she wants to keep posting it, but the belays finally put their foot down. But it's even more, it makes me mad that they didn't post anything about it, or they're not doing anything about it. They say, in the DMs. It makes me mad. Because, like, part of me doesn't even want to watch the show anymore because I don't want to see that person on TV. They're sick. They're nasty. And I'm sorry, like, I don't like opening a place for hate. Like, I don't like coming on Twitch and being like, let's shit on this person. But when they're gonna tell an entire group that is already so demeaned and shunned from the outside world, how dare you? Especially inside a minority already. Inside a minority that's getting murdered in the streets. Like, trans people are getting murdered for being trans. And you're gonna use your platform to open hate to pre-op trans people and non-binary people? When we're dying. Or just living. Okay. I'm blocked. Not your tweet was correct. Well, we did open up a conversation about you-know-who, so I did have to yell. No, because, like, I don't want... This wasn't what my tweet was about earlier, but, like, I just hate when people are like, oh, Nemes, like, so, like, angry. Nemes, like, so angry. Yeah, because I don't take shit. I'm not gonna have, like, that's a prime example. Like, oh my god. Would you rather me lie? Would you rather me be quiet and be like, oh yeah, let's watch Dragula season 4 with my bestie? Like, no! I make them a redacted term in my chat. Because look how hot I am now. I'm hot. No, it's just, oh my god, it just makes me sad. Cause like, we're already, like, we're gonna get really real. We are already a community that the outside world and the marginalized, like, population of literally hetero people look at us and don't understand. So why the, like, I get it, but I just... Why? We're not doing anything to you. Non-binary people are not doing anything to you. Like, I would have not gone out of my way to respond and, like, talk about these things if this person didn't violently just, like, put it on Twitter and, like, make it a terrible space for people. Like, we didn't ask. Like, we did not ask. We actually did not ask. The first time I saw this stuff, I was literally eating Burger King on my front porch on a couch. And I sat there spiraling for hours because this person is violently disgusting towards us. Right, no, it's exactly that. You shouldn't have to tear down other trans people to make your transness even more valid than someone else. We are all valid in our identity. And it also just speaks to your insecurity. You can do whatever you want, but if you're gonna be that violently nasty, it just speaks on you. Like, I love everybody in our community. I would never do that to somebody. I would never say that, do that, make anyone feel like that. And a lot of people are the same way. We would never do that. But those people that are like that, I don't know. And it's nothing new. It's nothing new from her account. It's been there for a while. Which makes it, that's a whole other fucking topic. Like, Jesus Christ. Can I just fight this fucking Pokemon gym in peace and not think of that ugly bitch? I'm sorry. Anyways. Cut this out of the VOD. I'm done. Thank you for the subscription, bestie. I appreciate you. I just got, I went out to the store today and got, like, shipping thingies to ship all your stuff to you. And everybody else that bought stuff from my drag sale. It's still up if anybody wants to go see some left. Some whatever's left. I couldn't form a sentence there. It's so hot. I've done so many photo shoots in that. In that petty dress. Bye, Arrow. I had matching earrings that I was gonna give you, but they're broken. Like, I had like little flame earrings that I used to wear all the time. But my problem is that I didn't have enough like space when I was moving to like put jewelry, and all of my jewelry is like messed up, so I wouldn't want to give that to anybody else because it's, you know, broken. But when I did buy it, I bought the matching earrings. I was gonna sell wigs, but like, is there ever gonna be a day that, like, I want to wear them? Like, I don't know. Just fart, then slap you. I mean, I hope. I hope. That's my dream. Earrings are my, like, they are the one for me. Okay, listen. I don't have any of this stuff. This is all... You're seeing things. You're seeing things. There's not 900 of these items. I don't know what you're talking about. What are you talking about? You're crazy. Oh no. Oh god. I have all this stuff. My inventory. Looking at the cookies. You got secondhand high for Marshall smoking out the room. Marshall hotboxes the stream chat. I didn't even see an automod. Wait, so I have all these items, but I don't... Okay. I have all this shit, but no potions? It's okay. It's fine. We'll use Fart Ball. Oh, we have to go this way. Excuse me. Yeah, wait, I don't have any of those items. I lied. No, just open your purse. Open your purse. Can we just go to the gym leader? No, what's going on? I don't feel like this is the right way. Okay. If I'd be a Pokemon trainer, my pose would be this. Or I would have 2 Pokemon balls on my tits, like this. It'd be like a bra. And then I take it off, and then I flash my titty. And then they're like, oh! And then I throw my Pokeball. While they're already shocked that I flashed them. It's super effective! No. What the fuck is this Pokemon? Ew, I hate this Pokemon so much. Get away from me. Get away from me! Sorry, I'm playing with my Pokeball. Nemesis public indecency. Oh, I would hold my Pokemon ball between my tits. Like I'd be like, psh. I don't have the titty bib on now, but you know, just pretend I do. I have a little something in there. Not as much as the other day. Those were Milkies. I am wearing them a couple times for Halloween, though. I just want Halloween to start. I'm tired of waiting! Urgh. Like, my lock screen is, like, cute. Oh, you can kind of see it better today. It's, like, a Jason mask, a screen mask. Like, I want it! What the fuck?! Why did he just kill me? No, it's not a flop. Don't say that. I'm gonna cry. I can't do this anymore. I just want to spend money on Fortnite, and Fortnite's like, no heart. Fortnite in its flop era, I fear. Oh my god, that was already in the shop. Oh, Splatterella is kind of cute. But that's it. That's literally it. Oh my god. Oh my god, wait, you said Splatterella is cute. I didn't even see your message. I mean, with all the fucking they literally, like, do reruns all the time, so... I'm pretty sure it'll come back. I love that for you, Urba. This is a lot for one gym. Oh, I think I went the wrong way. I did. Excuse me. Now I have to go around again. Fuck. Remember when I wore brown hair that one time during Lara Croft? That was a moment. If we play Lara Croft, I'd have to wear brown hair. That'll be a sight. That'll definitely be a sight to be seen. Oh, I don't go this way, actually. No, well, yeah, I did wear it for the werewolf stream. What was more recent, Lara Croft or werewolf? Oh, I have that really pretty brown wig with different colors in it. The one I do with, like, all my cheetah print looks. Oh, and then you go that way. Okay, I see. We have to fight this bitch over here. I want her hair. I can't believe there was a Fortnite. Gray, did you see that skin? I'm gonna send it to you on Twitter. There's a skin that this girl has beautiful pink braids to the ground, and she has like a blue outfit. It's so pretty. I saw it and I was like, I want it! It was in season like 6. It was on the Battle Pass, and I'm like, they need to do like a skin shop that's like Battle Pass exclusive skins, and then yeah. So I can get my Raven skin, and then I can get that skin. Okay. I wish I had more grass Pokemon. This game kind of flopped for grass Pokemon. Not a lot. Fort Nightmares. Wait, that's actually hilarious. I didn't think of that. I hope there's, yeah. I'm excited. I will definitely stream if they have like an event or something. I definitely want to do like a Fortnite stream for Halloween. Okay, well, I'm just dying here, so here we are. I couldn't do anything. I just have to let the poison kill him. I hate bracelets. I don't know, like, get off my hand. Get away. My entire team is fucking dead, bitch. I don't know. Yeah. I didn't know this Pokemon was a dark type though, so I was kind of like, hey. Need to go buy potions and stuff. I'm taking off the bracelet. Jackie Cox. Can't fit her in a box. Oh. Did y'all know they have Drag You on WoW Presents Plus? Kinda gaggy. Drag You. Are you ready for me? It was so campy. We're rewatching Drag You right now, and I just think it's so funny seeing them, like, back in the day. I don't know, there's something very... Oh. Uh-oh. I think my fan just broke. Yep. And here it goes. That is sad. This was so pretty. That sucks. There's something very charming about, like, old Drag Race. Like, I like that it looks, not off the rack, but, like, not everything is, like, everybody has a designer, and they kind of, like, made these by themselves, and the wig doesn't look great, but, like, I don't know, there's a charm about it that I, like, really like. Yeah, I mean, it's not, like, I don't know. I like when they make their own stuff, and I like when it's, like that, you know what I mean? Like, don't get me wrong, like, I love seeing, like, the amazing looks and how cool they are, but, like, someone that is a drag queen that doesn't have that much money, like, I'm like, I want to see, like, them do it on a budge. My health. Nice. Pretty epic. Why are there so many enemies in this gym? Is it because it's the last one? So true. Oh. Wait, false swipe. Why did you use that? I have 1 HP now, and I can kill you. That's what you use to hunt shiny Pokemon, not win in a gym. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, wait, I forgot that everybody's dead. Okay. See if I can fight this with 1 HP. Go. 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 Crit. 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 Fuck. Why are you using false swipe? Are you okay? Oh. I don't see it on my WoW Plus. Did they take it off because they see me and Joel watching it? They're like, oh, we gotta take this off. Fast! Fast! Well, because on the... You wanna know a gag? You wanna know a gag? They have Drag You only season 1 on Amazon. So me, Serena, and Joel were watching it. And we usually watch it to go to sleep in the Discord call. We sleep with each other on the Discord calls. And Serena and Joel fall asleep. And in the last episode of season 1 for Drag You, there is a very famous celebrity. I don't know her name. Look it up. She wants Jujubee to make her darker skin and wear Shaka Khan hair. And she's a white, like, she's white. So when they uploaded it to WoW Presents Plus, they completely erased that episode. Yes, it's bad. It's bad. It's really bad. She's literally like, I want to be a black girl. And I'm like, oh my god, stop. Like, stop. Like, and it was on TV. Like, it was bad. It was really bad. Well, I don't think they had a choice. This lady was nasty. Don't fault Juju. Stop. She was nasty to Juju. Well. How much money did I pay? Fuck y'all. Yeah, you have to like kind of find it. They kind of make it like kind of unsearchable. I think it's funny. You can only watch it on Amazon though. They've completely removed Drag You from every like platform except WoW Presents Plus. And like you can only see it on Amazon, that one episode, until I think it expires soon. Earlier seasons of Drag Race are kind of just like, I love them, but I wish they just didn't make them in that time. There are so many things that just go wrong and you're like, ooh, that's on TV forever. Oof. Not a Baresi. Hi, John. Is that a new color for Twitch? Did they add that? That looks new. That purple I feel like I've never seen before. Yeah, literally, everybody uses the T word. A lot of people are like, it's very... Yeah. They use the F word a lot. They just call each other the F word. And it's uncensored. Like, I don't have a problem with it, but like... They like say the F word like fully on TV and I'm like, oh my god, like uncensored. I'm like, oh. Anyways. Was it really like on just like TV shows? That's a lot. I was taken aback. You were like, how dare? It's custom. What do you mean custom? You can get custom colors for Twitch. Not your custom colors. I get a custom made color. No! Everybody looks like... I like seeing, like, the green is the green. The blue is the blue. Oh. That's interesting. No, Mia, it's not. Nar. No, it's not. Someone else has a green name and it looks the exact same. Yeah, gray has another shade of green. I see that. But I think also in dark mode on Twitch, it changes some of the colors sometimes. But like right here, they look different. Do y'all, are these the same colors as in the chat, or do you think they're different? Because these are what I see in my chat right now. This green is what Mia is. That's John. That's Ava. That's Gray. These are what I see. Oh, I see yours is different now, Ava. So they're the same as Twitch chat. Interesting, interesting. Did everybody know that John's gonna buy me a Louis Vuitton bag? Yeah. They said it themselves. Yeah. I'm keeping this. Can I keep this? Alright, it's true, it's true. I'm right. It was raining earlier. I wanted to keep raining. I love the rain. Does anybody else love the rain? I love the rain. I feel like I'm more prone to like fall asleep while it's raining. That's why I'm so late to stream today, because it was raining and like I live in the basement, so my window's right at ground level. So like I'm kind of underground, but like I can see up and the street is right there. So like plants go around my window and I get to look up into the sky and it's raining. It's so pretty. Like it might seem a little weird, but it's really pretty to like just like fall asleep to. I don't know. Like having my window open and listen to the rain. Oh. Let the rain fall down. Yeah, I also had to walk in the rain earlier. It was not a fun time. Like 2 weeks. It's rained like off and on. Like it was just raining and it just stopped again. It keeps going off and on. But like for me, I fall asleep to rain noises. Like when I need to like take a nap, I listen to rain. Like I love rain. Me too. That happens to you, John? That makes sense, honestly. I had a headache this morning, well, a couple days ago, and it's been raining off and on. I didn't know that. Honestly, like, I don't mind walking in the rain too much, as long as I don't have to get anything. Like, I would like to walk in the rain and, like, have no care in the world. That'd be kind of fun. Well, that one photo shoot I did in the rain, the one where I have the umbrella, the wet hair, the black grass. I loved that. That was fun. That's like one of my favorite photo shoots. I feel like it gets so underappreciated. When I'm literally like, and my mom took those pictures. It's like one of my favorite photo shoots to date. Did you really wear heels to the Harry Styles concert? Were you in the crowd, like, with your Harry Styles, like, poster and heels? Mia not showing off their fit so we could tutor boot their fit. Yeah, I love heels, but not for a while. I'll do them for a photo shoot, but not for a while. I can't go to the club in heels. Love that queens can do that. Not me. I'll be in a nice sneaker. I'm not even lying to you. But, like, I won't make... Like, if it's part of the look, I'll wear a heel. Like, when I went to the Sonique Raja All-Stars night, I wore sneakers because I knew I was going to be in the crowd, and I also had a wide leg pant, so you couldn't see the sneaker. So I wore a flat. But, like, if I'm wearing a bodysuit... and I have to perform, I will wear a heel. I just, like, if I'm going in, like, casual, like, I'm not gonna, like, literally wear, like, sneakers? Okay, sneakers are cute. Like, if you're gonna be fashion, you can be fashion. Don't be fashion in a sneaker. If you're gonna be cute, you can wear a nice sneaker. Why not? Or a little platform. Like, Silky's look on that one episode when they did the focus lip sync on All Stars. Though, like, the heel sneaker, like, boot thing, and then that was cute. Yeah, it was cute. Like, I feel like a sneaker is good if you match it up. If you're wearing just some random, like, house sneaker, like, obviously not, but focus up. The ding when Silky hits the ground and goes, oh! Ding! Hold on, I have the ding somewhere. I need to fix this. This is so unorganized. Ding! Lee, thank you for 19 months. Can you believe 19 months? 19 months ago, I kept tagging you in that tweet of me, shots of vodka, and then that's how we're besties. I love you so much, bestie. Me just harassing Lee to be my friend. Be my friend! Hi, Cass! Happy to see ya. Oh, I went the wrong way. Oh, this is really bad for me. Oh, I just reset the whole puzzle. Oh, this is really bad for me. Lee, I have a reaction video I need you to find a use for, because I won't find a use for it. I'll send it to you after stream. I laughed so hard at it. You're gonna die when I send it to you. It's a obscure Drag Race reference. Okay, I'm not very good at puzzles. 7 months sub today. Who moved? I moved. I cheered. Cass, how's it going? Tell us. Tell us. Talk to us. No, where am I going? I got lost. Oh, go up, go up, go up. Oh, we got you. We got it. Please, please. Okay, a baby in her lap. Do you have an ice TM? I mean, I do, but I don't know where. I just picked up someone's bag and it has all the TMs in it. So weird. Oh, actually, I lied. I don't. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. Here's one. Samurai can't learn it. You're a liar. Liar! Updating my fork knife. Oh my god, please. We have to. I just realized this was Bianca cosplay. Yes! I had the beret and I had the blouse. And then I had this dress that I just folded over, but you know, here we are. There's a safety pin in this somewhere. Oh my god, Lee, we should. Can we, if you have a day, because I know you're busy with UK3, if you have a day that you can play Fortnite, can we please play? I'll stream earlier. So we can have drinks and play. That'd be gaggy. My monitor literally just shuts off for no reason, please. We'll be fine. My Pokemon are the right level. I'll be fine. Wait, who is this guy? He's hot. Who is this, like, Silver Fox Daddy as the gym leader? Wait. Did y'all see that? Did I miss that? Who is this daddy? Hey! I ordered you some food on kitchen counter. Thanks, Mom. My mom using my chat to contact me because I don't look at my phone. Hey! Me waking up asking myself that question, please. I'm trying to tuck this away so it's not... Can't really see it. Oh, thank you, John, for gifting a sub to my mama. I appreciate. Wait, what was that? Why are we this Pokemon? Stop. I thought you were talking about what my mom got me for dinner. And I thought you said my mom got me edibles, and I was like, oh, okay, Mom. The way the other day I came home for the first time drunk. Like, I've never, like, actually been drunk and came home to my place, like, home. And I walked in, and my mom was like, are you okay? And I was, like, tripping over myself. Like, I've never, like, had that experience before. Because, like, down here where I live, I'm not gonna say where I live, but, like, I can't drink with people. Because there's no one here to really drink with besides my one friend that streams. So, at work, we had drinks. Because I was like, I made a joke. I was like, can we get a drink? Like, why do y'all get to drink, the store leaders, and then we don't? And he was like, oh, you can grab something from the bar if we're just gonna throw it away. And I drank all of that shit so much. I drank so much. I was like, you're gonna throw it away? I'll drink it. And I, like, downed, like, 3 glasses of wine in, like, 10 minutes. Then I was like, I'm not drunk. Listen, I needed it. I came in and the store was a mess. I went outside and the kids messed up the mini golf course. I was plot. I was done. Oh, it's me. Hello? Looking for my Louis Vuitton bag. Hello? Well, this isn't gonna go well. Please don't hurt me. See, the problem is that I need to do an Udi stream. Oh my god. Am I really gonna wear an Udi and the Sid hat at the same time? Not my sponsored video of me in the Sid hat. No words. Because I need to wear one before Halloween because I'm not gonna wear it during Halloween. Like, it's just not gonna happen. It's not gonna fit my schedule. I feel like Cat in the Hat can because it's technically a costume. So... But I need to do an Udi stream. Buy an Udi, they sent me another one. It's very comfy. I slept with it last night. And very cute. Okay, but I'm not just gonna sit in a Sid costume. Actually, I should. Oh my god, do y'all want to see something? When I go get my, I'm gonna go get my food because my mom got food, as y'all know, because she was in the chat. But I'm gonna grab it, but I'm gonna show you something that I got in the mail today. I'm like plucked about it. Here, everybody stare at this fine man. He's actually really hot. I don't know, I'm really into silver foxes now. If you're not 50 years old, don't talk to me. And you need to have good credit. Anyways. All right. Everybody, I got us some food. Everybody open your plates. Open your plate. I opened my plate. Whatever that means. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm literally burping just from the monster. Like, I haven't had anything to eat today. Fuck. Is that a problem? Should I look into that? Is excessive burping, like, a bad thing? Probably. Don't tell me about it. Because I will have an anxiety attack and spiral. Okay. So I ordered a video game, right? So we could play it for Halloween. And this is how it came in the mail. Can you believe? I was shocked, honey. When this came in the mail, I thought this was a joke. And I should probably sue. This is how it came. This is a desk. In this folded up piece of cardboard. Just like this. Just like this. And it fell on the floor already. It came like that. It came literally like that. Can you believe? I was shocked. It looks pretty good though. I'm just shocked at the packaging. Like, yes! Oh my god, this would be me if I ever released a CD. It would just be like a piece of cardboard. Oh my god, this cover art is amazing. Oh my god, Grimes went off. I was! Like, what if it broke? Like, just in that? Like, hello. By the way, I got French fries. If it wasn't obvious that I was gonna get French fries. What do you want to tell me? What do you need from me? It's a local place, Ava. So I can't really say, but... Wait, really? What? Wait. Yeah, you're still great for me. We were just talking about Drag Race UK. What was... It wasn't the first song they lip-synced to. What was the second song they lip-synced to? It was a really good lip-sync. Sweet Melody's nuts. Haha! Got him! Sucking dick and cock. The horn. I don't know them. They're sick. Wait, can I not go to Victory Road? I have all the badges. Excuse me, I'm going. No, I want to bring Slowpoke. I want a Slowpoke. Oh, this is Victory Road. Well, the route to Victory Road. Oh. Fuck. Ew, I hate this Pokemon. I think Mandibuzz is my least favorite Pokemon of all time. I hate it so much. So they want me to go to Route 7? I don't know what it is. I just can't stand. Oh god, is this where the game glitched? Slay. Oh my god, Slay. What was that? God, I feel so skinny after I burp sometimes. It feels so good. It's giving chair. It's giving chair. I sit in a chair. Oh, I'm sitting in a chair. Thank you for waiting. You're welcome. It's giving Delta chair. There's a really... Oh! Oh, it's really raining! Oh my god! Oh, 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 oh! The game, like, not surviving through this, I just don't think my DS can handle this. My DS is not having a good time with this. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah. We are tired, Cass. We are. Thank you for sticking up for me. Yeah, this Pokemon's wearing an Udi. Look at it. Oh, well, now it's fucking dead, so... But it looked great in its Udi with code Nemesis before it fucking died. So, yeah. Oh, his defense fell. Oh, he fell. The fire type demolishing the water type Pokemon? Yep, I know that's right. Literally those, you know? Yeah, my DS. Ah, my DS sometimes, it's not doing the best. As you should. Do you think it would be against dress code to wear an Udi? Fuck! I also want one, Lee. I think that's gonna be my bucket list for 2022. I want this Pokemon. Can I steal it? Can I take that? You know what I'm thinking about? I'm thinking about that fried shrimp from the Chinese food place we ordered. That fried shrimp was so good. Ooh. Ooh. I don't know what it was. It was good. It was too good. I have a clown nose in here. Hey. I had a scrunchie to blow my nose. Where'd it go? We're gonna use a face mask. I can send you my 3DS. Well, the problem is that I'd have to get the streaming software on it because this is my DS, not my 3DS. So I'd have to get that done, and I know people that like sell that with it. So that's like on my bucket list for 2022, 2023. Not anytime soon though. As of right now, I think we're just gonna get through Halloween and then I'll figure it out. Something tells me the game might have an issue over here. I want winter now. I wanted it yesterday. I'm done. I'm done with the hot weather. You know, I was really just like against it, but like honestly, I want fall. Fall and early winter. No, I don't want snow. I don't want that. Y'all know how I feel about snow. Yeah, me too, Ava. I live literally in the worst area. Wait, that's a flute? That looks like a bong. Why do we have different color bongs in our inventory? Those are bongs. Or an enema. I don't think that's a flute. Uh-huh. Something tells me we're gonna have to do something up here. If any of you even look at me, I hate you. You literally are so ugly. I mean, you can't spell enema without nem. I spelled. Oh, and I did. My mom's watching this. Yeah. Got him. I'm looking at these chicken tenders and I want to eat them. I don't want to eat the fries right now. I just want to eat the chicken. Like, I know the game is just gonna fuck up right now. Like, I know it. Is this what I'm supposed to do? I rang the bell! I don't think that's what I was supposed to do. Oh, cast fell. Oh, cast was done. Oh my god, the clip maker sucks. Thank you, Mia. These are dead Pokemon. Yeah. What is going on in this area? I don't get it. Oh. I say no. Don't make me soup, lady. I wonder what Pokemon it is. I'm wondering. In the morning, it's south. In the evening, it's north. And it shows up here in the evenings. What was that? Oh. Well, I didn't expect you to be here. Well, can you stop? Stop making it rain. So what now? As you know, girl, this is not your time. Sashay away. I hate those Pokemon. They just rip. That's literally the Wind Waker characters as Pokemon. Tell me you're ripping off Wind Waker without telling me you're ripping off Wind Waker. Candy, wait, Candy. Me to that Pokemon. Wait, Tornadus, wait. I thought it was gonna be Zekrom. This is embarrassing. Oh, Ava's done. Ava was done. Oh! Ho! Ho! What'd you call me? Can we, like, wait? Like, where... Lady? Can you summon it? I don't want to wait an entire day. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Uh-oh, y'all. I don't think we can do this part of the game. think so, but I can't do that. My DS clock is broken, so I can't do that. Yeah, I know. Like, the stylus on the screen, it's not working. So, we can't do that. There's like a crack on the screen. I can't show you, but just take my word for it. No, I can't, because my phone is actually also broken. It has a crack on the screen. Yeah. We can watch the end on YouTube. No, I know what to do. Can I just... I think I know what I can do. Hold on, excuse me. Let's go to Victory Road, honey. I don't need the legendary. We're going. I don't care. Excuse me, everyone. I'm going. So what's the issue this way? Oh, thank you, MJ. I was just talking about you. I was talking about, like, how in the town we're in, the only person I could go out to get drinks with is you. And I was like, other streamer, follow them. This lady wants to fight. Look at her. Look at this bob she's wearing. Look at her. Why am I saying anything? I'm literally wearing a bob. Oh my god, wait, did I tell y'all? I ordered a It costume. No, I ordered a Chucky costume from Fashion Nova. And they sent me a red bob. Like a red Party City bob. And I didn't think they were going to. Yes! It is the Delta Bob. Wait, where can I get a Maractus? I want a Maractus for the final one. I love Maractus. They're one of my favorite Pokemon ever. It has to be on this route. There's no way. I love this Pokemon too. What the fuck? Hello. Delta Morgan Raven. Wait, Delta was never on Drag U. How dare? Is she really? I don't want to go back there. Huh? Oh, she's fucking it up. Oh, and she heals? Okay, wait a minute. Shirt's not even. Delta did the divorce episode? What? She was on Drag U? Wait, you're kidding. Are you serious? This isn't real. Hold on. You're kidding me. I will gag. Hold on. This isn't real. This is a fever dream. Hidden Delta episode. Hidden Delta screenshots. She's in it! Oh my god! What is she wearing?
I am up for this challenge. Dylan, you're with Delta World. Dylan is the prettiest of all the girls, and I think that Rue knows that birds of a feather flock together.
I don't even know what music to play for this. I'm just so happy. We won. We won. Literally, I love Delta. Not Delta got a divorce. Delta is the drag mom I've never had. She didn't teach me anything about drag. And she really doesn't want a drag daughter, but... Lee, you have to watch Drag U. It's so fucking funny. It's a little touchy. Some things I would have not have said nowadays, but it's good. It's all on WoW Plus. Which I didn't expect. We were looking for it and we couldn't find it, but it's all on WoW Plus. All 3 seasons. Except for Drag U. What's Lady Bunny gonna do now? Yeah, I like Drag U better than Celebrity Drag Race. I didn't like how they were just like making out these like women to be like these horrible people for like not having sex or whatever, or like just gaining weight. They were like, you're horrible. You're terrible. And I'm like, stop. Like, just let them live, girl. Oh, there I am. Hey, everyone. Oh. You're, no. Oh, wait, Celeb Drag Race. I thought you were talking about Drag U. I was like, yes, reboot. But no. It's fine. I'm not upset. Yeah, I don't want it. I didn't watch the first Celebrity Drag Race. I didn't like it. Made me sick. Pokemon that use this ability, get away from me. I hate you. Is this the one with recoil? I hope not. Oh, it is. Oh my god. Okay, we're gonna switch Pokemon. We're gonna reset. I love Vanessa. She's gorgeous. Gorgeous. Well, and that guy, that one episode, like, he's not famous, but I thought he was pretty well known. The, see, like, I don't even know his name. But everybody was freaking out when he was on. I don't know his name. Oh, yes, Lonnie was on it. See, I haven't seen the season, so I don't know exactly what's going on. But here we are. Oh, I thought I had faster speed than her. I like Theresa May because she followed me on Twitter. Love her, and she's a gamer. Love her. And hilarious. And their fashions. I thought they should have won the first episode, but that's just me. Besides Theresa... Oh, I love River. River Madej. Sorry, I'm trying to like think of the entrances. Like the season just started, so I'm not like, I don't want to say that I'm in love with a lot of them. Like I want to grow to love them. But as of right now, Theresa and River. Victoria who? Oh, Victoria Scone. I think you're talking Victoria Elizabeth Black. I'm like, she's not on Drag Race UK. Sorry, I usually watch the episodes like 5 times. But I didn't this time. But yeah, Victoria Scone, absolutely. And again, like they said on IMHO, I just thought it was ridiculous that RuPaul was talking to Victoria and was like, you are breaking down these barriers. You are opening doors for other people to do this show that are like you. And it's like, RuPaul, you literally said it yourself that these people can't compete. So why are you saying you're breaking? Just let them on. Literally, it was you. It was you. So why? Silly. Stupid. Stupid Paul. Like, I don't know. At least to be an adult and be like, yeah, I was wrong, you know. After watching and listening to someone talk about the contract that RuPaul has on the grip of all of these contestants, I have no respect for RuPaul. Like, not to be rude. Yeah. Also, that song is not a good lip sync song for the first one. In my opinion. Yeah, right? It's kind of messed up. Like, and they have to, like, some of the girls and contestants of Drag Race, they have to pay for they're forced to go to DragCon because the contract, but they don't pay for it. And then DragCon and World of Wonder pays for some other people and not all of them. So it's really shady. Yeah. I mean, it's messed up. Like, people ask me all the time and ask everybody on Stream Queens, would you ever be on Drag Race? And after hearing the things and seeing the things and reading the contract, no. I will not ever go on that show. I wouldn't be able to stream. I wouldn't be able to see my family. I'm good. I'm fine. You clip this and then years from now when I'm on Drag Race, you're like, Nem! Nem! Can you imagine? I also just wouldn't do good on the show either. We've had this conversation. Was that during the Lara Croft stream? That was during the Lara Croft stream. That stream was unhinged. But I was screaming at y'all. Yeah, Lee. I don't even want to think about it. Be a judge. Okay. And your guest judge today is Nemesis Network from Twitch with 7,000 followers. Some of them are like... Yeah, that's a lot though. There's a lot to unpack there. Like, literally, I remember last year just filling out the application process and like sending an audition tape that was like not even the best, but like they have it, but like what if they did? That would be a dumb decision on my part because I didn't even read the contract either. Oh, thank you, thank you. I want more Pokemon to go to the Elite Four, but like, where do we go? I feel like there's only 10 Pokemon in this game. Like, I'm not even trying to be like mean. Like, I don't feel like we saw a lot of Pokemon in this game. Yeah. Even if you are a good person too. Like, I know like some of the best Drag Race contestants. I don't know them personally, but like, you can see online that they get hate. You know what I mean? And they're like the nicest people ever. Like, you could literally like say, like, I farted, and then like they'd be terrible to you. Which sucks. It shouldn't be like that. Is there no budget this time round? Clearly not. Crystal Method? No, I think they're touring the UK. They were just in Boston and I didn't get to go, and I was really sad. Apparently they said really nice things about me though in the dressing room to my friends that were working that night, which like warms my heart. They like they were like, she only had nothing but nice to say about you. It's like, oh, sad I didn't go. I just couldn't go. It was when I was getting my manager role at this arcade. Also, did I mention, I don't think I mentioned this to anyone besides, I think someone I was on Discord with. I don't remember. I know I texted someone. My store leader alluded to me owning the arcade eventually. And I was like, huh? Like, just dropping that on me? He was like, all right, redacted. My birth name. I'm looking at you, buddy. Like, if you want the store is yours. Like, it wasn't joking. And I was like, he's like, I'm looking at you. I was like, So I was like, can we not hire people age range 14 to 16 so they're responsible enough to do what we ask them and they're not dumb? And he was like, he said that. And I was like, what? Excuse me? I would book drag shows. I'd be like, all right, drag show on Tuesday. Drag night on Friday nights. I mean, I would. Honestly, I know that's a lot of responsibility, but if the role called for it and they asked me to, I would. I would. Why not? When are you gonna have the opportunity to run a fucking arcade? I mean, I would do it. That's a lot of responsibility, though. No, Serena. D's nuts. Serena's trying to one-up me. I already got... You can't get the getter! You can't outplay the player! You can't outdo the doer! You can't outdo the doo-doer! Oh, I changed my Twitter header. I have to change it back. I changed it to the picture of Delta. Not don't answer that. What is that? Saucebuck? Saucebuck these nuts. Sorry, I was gonna be like, I wanted to say, this deer is fucking ugly, but then I wanted it to be out of context, so someone could send it to deer. Deer would be placked. This deer is fucking ugly! Is this a trainer battle? Do I have to fight this? I do. What? Why doesn't it? Okay. Wait, I want her. She's a serb. Look at her, like, neck collar. I'm about to die. That's okay. This is the skill with recoil, so I'm gonna die after I do this, but hopefully it kills her. Alright. As long as we both fainted. We're in this together. Oh, this is Victory Road. Bye, Ben. I'll talk to you later. I'm sure you'll be awake. Great. What the? Why is it so quiet? Ew, this is scary. I don't like this. Can you let me in? Unqualified? Oh, I'm qualified, baby. Wait, why did you call me unqualified? I'm qualified. This is pretty. Wait, this is so pretty. This reminds me of Cookie Run Kingdom. Hello? I hate how quiet it is. It scares me. Okay, why are there so many gates, girl? Basic badge? You call me basic? Fuck you. Oh, do we get to catch Pokemon here? Cookie Run Kingdom. Are you fucking kidding me? We're on the end path of the game and I get a Houndour? Can you come up with something else? Oh my god. I want to catch a cool Pokemon. Boot. I hate this Pokemon too, Bouffant. Fuck you. Oh, 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 oh. Y'all. Who's on this route? Quickly. Does anyone like Mandibuzz? Clap if you like Mandibuzz. Clap if you like Mandibuzz. No, don't clap. You're supposed to not clap. Oh my fucking head. Guys, stop. 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 I was trying to make a point. Why does it look like I have broccoli on my head? Ew, what is this? I don't even like bravery. Blah. Is this supposed to be like nice? Like, oh, you're opening the gates! Ooh! You got all the badges! Wow, 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 wow. Nobody moved. Oh! What was that? Do we just... I'm levitating. Well, that was weird. That was suspicious. Wait, what is... Okay, literally, what is the point of this? I'm sorry. Is there an actual point to this? There's, like, no puzzles. Like, that was kind of a puzzle, but there wasn't a puzzle. Can I go in its mouth? Oh, I'm in its mouth. Oh. We're on Victory Road, gamers. Not a cave. Boot. Do I have surf? I do, actually. Wait, isn't there a person that can help you, like, stop learning TMs? Like, if you want to unlearn an HM or a TM, isn't there a person you can go to that unlearns it? I'm pretty sure there is. I'm not crazy! Can you tell me where that person is, Marshall? So I can do that? So I can do that challenge? I'm playing, the Pokemon Black version. Are there any good Pokemon in this cave? Ew! The way my body surged. Ew, that thing looks so ugly. Get it away. I don't want to look at it. Don't show me a Durant. Not rock and rolla. Hi, Ghosty. See you later, please, bestie. Not Durant. Mandibuzz. I start screaming. I'm one of those Pokemon people that if the Pokemon is not cute, I'm go next. I'm not like stats type of girl. I'm like, oh. Right, do I have the checkpoint to at least travel back here? I do, perfect. So we have to go to Poopy City. Oh, I loved I forgot about them. Excuse me. That music? I'm gonna put okay. I'm gonna put this one on Samurott. And then I'm gonna put Fly and cut on the bird Pokemon. Okay, unable. That is very good to know. So now we're gonna go to the desert because I really want Maractus on my team. And we're gonna find her and we're gonna get her. My wig slid back. Where's the desert? Ooh, desert. Desert resort. The fuck? Huh? She's a serve? Excuse you. Compared to a literal ant. An iron ant. You are too much. I need some vodka. I actually want to drink. I should probably drink. I want to drink. Does anyone else want to drink? Oh, the Denali Pokemon, as Mia says. No, I mean, like, actually. I pour you a glass. Oh, you know where it probably is? It's probably where this building is it wants me to go. It wants me to go to the right. It wants me to go to this castle. Desert Resort. If I was a Pokemon trainer, I would be grass. It's hard because I want, like, Slowpoke on my team, but he's obviously not a grass. I'd either be psychic or grass, because I like a lot of the psychic types. I like a lot of the, yeah. And psychic types. Sorry, I'm not making really a lot of sense, but it's fine. Oh. There was no reason to do that. Anyways. Oh, my DS is having issues, chat. Oh my goodness. Ooh, poison type's a good one too. I like dark type Pokemons too. Like Acerola is one of my favorite gym leaders of all time. Ooh, I want to do like tier lists and stuff. Oh my god. We should do that on my Discord tonight. I want to do that. I want to make like what my team would be and my favorite trainers and stuff. I love that shit. Oh, yeah. Maybe. No, I don't really see fairy type for me anymore as much as I see grass or psychic. Not busted type. Oh, someone's better. I see fairy type for safety. Not for me though. Community member, icon, legend, Britney Spears, Stan, safety, BB. Not I though. Not me. What if we accidentally get a shiny? That'd be gaggy. Oh, I like Roxy too. I forgot we have to do second game. I forgot there's a sequel to this. We will definitely be playing. Should we do the second one right after this, or should we go back? I mean, it wouldn't be anytime soon. It's gonna probably be in November, but ooh, November's a hard month. November's a sad month for my family. I hate saying that month too. Just like even saying it makes me like sad. I want that month to be erased. Sorry to everybody born in November. Nothing against you. That month just has trauma. Are you really born in November? God damn it. Where's Maractus? Show out, girly. She's a show-up queen. Know what I mean? I'm a show-up. I can't believe Kylie won. What a legend. Thinking about that. And then Vanessa won Holland. 2 trans winners in a row. That's iconic. I think. Sorry to people watching that show, but it came out like a week ago. Ooh, I like a lot of those Pokemon. If I had a team, I'm gonna think from the top of my head who would obviously be on my team. So, like, obviously... Obviously Slowpoke. I don't know why I was blanking. Sorry, the chat just looked all blurry to me for a second. I totally blanked out. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think this Pokemon is here. Is it really? Oh. I open my phone and it's Delta. So true. I can't believe I looked so cute today and it rained on me. Rain on me. I was done. I was plucked. Oh, it's probably over here, honestly. I just found this area. Show up, queen, please. You know what I mean. Where is she? Come on. It's gonna be her. Watch. Yes! Not 10% chance. I know what I'll use. What if she broke out? Oh, I'd be plucked. What should we name her? Oh no, I'm not gonna be able to fit it. Fine, you Denali stands in my chat. The sad face. Oh, I didn't. Fuck. I wanted to do the angry face. Where even is the name person? We still need to name what's his name. Yeah, I wish there was more spaces. It's so dumb. Also, why do I have to go into someone's PC to take out my Pokemon? What do you mean someone? This is mine. Oh my god. Sorry, girl. I wish we had someone else in our party that we could use to fly. To fly! I want to find more Pokemon. Where can we find more Pokemon? What, Lilligant? I still want to find a good flying Pokemon. Because I'm not digging the bird. I don't like her. So right there, on the street furthest to the left, it's across from the Pokemon Center. The Pokemon what? Pokemon Gym? My bad. Oh no, not at all. Just Pokemon I like. Oh, that's right. Iris is pretty hard. I remember her being like incredibly like hard. Why? I don't like them. They're so... Ugh. Like, who likes birds? I mean, a lot of people. But I don't know. Maybe it's just because I lived on the beach for so long and seagulls just make me sick. That's why I have, like, a bad thing with birds. Marshall, this building's empty. I don't like pigeons. No, 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 no. Sonata. I was gonna say Sonata D's nuts. Is in the street between the Central Plaza. Yo, what? Oh, I don't like crows after that movie, The Birds. Ooh. Wow. Not what I came for! Oh my god, this elevator, please, just let me out. Let me out. Okay. Honestly, this is, like, really making me frustrated trying to just rename this Pokemon. So if I can't find it, I'm done. Not doing anything. I'm not doing anything. I don't know what you're talking about. My DS is just having an issue right now, so I don't want you guys to see it. Like, that would be so... It'd be so terrible for you to see that. I'm just shielding your eyes from this horrible thing that could be happening to your eyes. No, it's not embarrassing for me. It's not embarrassing. That's where you're wrong. Did you know you can use my code at checkout on Udi.com for all of your Udi needs? Wow. Now that's crazy. Isn't that great? Isn't that just great? It's gonna be just fine. It's gonna be just fine. We're gonna be fine. You're safe here. You're all safe here. That was crazy. That was definitely crazy. Hi, lovely. How you doing? Ugh! This ant. Get away. So crazy that we just... Oh my god. Now, I will say, I was just doing something that Milkman Nick would never do. Is... I definitely do not have some certain items that I am using to help me progress in the game. Like, I'm not that type of person. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. No, you do that on main all the time. Like, I don't know what you're talking about with all these balls. Like, I don't know what these are. I don't know what possibly could be happening. And T-Ways. Thank you for the raid. Thank you so much. I know you play a lot of Pokemon over there, so thank you. You love... Oh, you know me, bestie. We are currently playing and finishing Pokemon Black and White 1 tonight. Trying to finish it before October 1st because we're doing a Halloween special. I do Halloween looks, Halloween drag looks all through October. 13 streams of Halloween. It's what I do here every year. So we're trying to finish this in the next 2 streams. I'm at Victory Road. But thank you for the raid. Did you play Pokemon today? Are we both playing Pokemon? Are we being Pokemon besties? Can this Pokemon learn fly? I would like to see someone beat a black and white Nuzlocke. Actually, I'm doing one right now. I never said that, but I'm announcing it right now. This is a Nuzlocke. If this can't learn fly, that's a horrible thing. Oh, sorry. Using one of my very conveniently placed Master Balls that I just picked up off the ground. So weird. I know, I'm so good at Pokemon. What one are you playing, Nick? Are you excited for the remakes? What will gay person do? Anybody just joining off the raid? I didn't even do like an intro. I don't even know what's happening tonight. I'm very off my game. Our current party is Samurai. Chat voted for Oshawott at the beginning of the game. We have Fartball, Duramaka. We have Mommy Milfy, which is Gotharita. We have Edibles that I'm about to replace because I don't want this ugly bird in my party anymore. We have Maractus, Denali, and Swoobat, I think it is. That we just got. I'd rather have this one in my party than this ugly bird. I'm done. And for the record, I do not usually do these. We were playing this game completely legit until last time because my save file got corrupt. Because I'm playing on my DS. I'm playing on my DS, just want to let you know. Because I'm playing on my DS. Because I'm a DS girl, yeah, you know. I'm playing on my DS! So we were playing until my save file got corrupt, so then I had to do some things, you know, I had to finesse it a little bit, I had to take it out to dinner, I had to treat it right to get to this point. I had to spoil it a little. You know when I'm a sugar mommy to my DS, to make it fix my save file. So yeah, it messed up on like one of the more important cutscenes. We will be playing completely legit. I've learned from my mistakes on the next time we play this game. Because I messed up, okay? I'm first to admit it. My DS is just, you know. Also, I'm dressed as Bianca from this game. And I have a Master Ball. Wait, I have one of the 999 Master Balls in my inventory. Oh, what? She hurt me first. Oopie. Honestly, we're me and my mods were watching Drag You, as I was saying earlier, and they were like kind of like body shaming like some of like the bigger girls, and I like I think like those are like the best bodies. I feel like I'm in that crowd of like thick girls. Like thick bodies are sexy. Everybody's sexy, but like, I don't know. Self-love, love is love, you know? I just like being like thick and curvy. Oh, we weren't body shaming. The people on the show were. The like drag queens and producers and the writing. Yeah. It was really bad. They just like kept making them feel like crap for like gaining weight, and I'm like, curvy bodies are sexy. Like, what is wrong with it? Like, a lot of the bodies were like good bodies. Like, come on now. Ugh, excuse me. Stop! Can you come up with something else? You're a piece of trash. I hate when they repeat the same move. Meanwhile, I do the same move like all the time, but... Can you come up with something else? Also, for the record, we're not even like cheating that much. We just have extra balls and we used a couple candies. We had a couple edibles. We had some poppers. What the? I'll go this way. The fuck? There's random encounters out here? What is that? I've never seen that Pokemon before. Oh, why is she first in the party? Okay. Can I just run? Okay. Nice. Stay away from me. Hi, Cass. Oh, also, who else cheered? My Pokemon Direct co-stream hit 1K views. That was pretty cool. I don't know where it went or what the algorithm was, but it did really well. I don't know why. I think it got posted on like a troll Reddit. Like those Reddits that like sometimes they post like deer and trashly to like be mean. They like send hate. I think I got posted on that. It was like, I mean, honestly, kind of the move. I'd rather... like, hello, you're giving me views. Come on now. Like, those bots that comment on my video, I'm like, you're giving me engagement. So, I can't really be too upset. They're like, free sex now! And I'm like, no. No. Oh my god, please. I'm gonna use a max repel because this is too much. Get away from me. They are. Oh, did you know that in the remakes, Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Pearl, Slowpoke and Slowking and Slowbro are only in one of the versions. I think they're in Diamond only. No, they're in Pearl. Whatever one. Hi, Mia. Thank you, baby. I'm doing a Bianca cosplay. I don't know if you've played Black and White, because I know you're a Pokemon stan. The rival to you in this game, she has a green beret. She's wearing this top and a blouse. So I was doing like a loose cosplay. I know, some people just didn't get it. Oh, as you should. Sharon. Oh, been sitting on my leg for a while. It hurts. How are you doing? Happy to see ya. Oh, you did? I can't wait to see it. Mia, your posts, honestly, are some of my favorites ever. You make all your looks, right? All those cute Pokemon outfits. Please follow Mia, everybody. Are you sick? Like, literally iconic. Good at everything. And you're nice, so fuck you. Can I just get a repel? Oh, there it is. There we go. Okay, let's get through here. Aren't we all? I mean, come on. No, but everybody please follow Mia. If y'all know me, y'all know Mia. Because Mia's here. Not the mod Mia, but the streamer Mia. Mia, Mia, Mia. Mamma Mia. I can't believe Chris Pratt is Mario. Thinking about that. Yeah. Thank you. We're at Victory Road. We're trying to get done with this game, so Halloween is smooth sailing. No worries in the world. Okay, well, this is gonna kill me, so... Did you watch that show she's in? I didn't. I feel like that show's very your vibe, though. Probably. I don't know what's in it. I don't know if that's mean or not, but... What's it called? It's called... Oh, you know what I want to watch? I want to watch the Dynasty show with, Elizabeth Gillis. I want to watch it so bad. I do, but like, do I have the time? Probably not. With like work and everything. And like, when I go to sleep, I put something on that I've seen before, so I'm not up watching it, like, anticipating it, so I'm not up later. You know what I mean? Oh, okay, Mia. Well, I didn't expect you to be so fucking rude, but go off. Fuck you, Mia. Fuck you, Mia. That one was for Cass. Midnight Mass? What is that? I wanted to add a fart noise. And what's the other noise I wanted to add? Oh, and a moan noise, like the like, "Aye" noise. Oh, Haunting of. Yeah. I've never seen that show either, but me, Joel, and Serena will watch it during October. We usually make time to watch like all these good shows during October. Like we don't have a long list this year because we really haven't been thinking about it. But usually like last year we watched a bunch of horror movies. So I think we'll watch The Haunting or whatever house. Because I've always wanted to watch that and I hear a lot about it. Then what else? Mia, you need to watch the new AHS. The ending is poopy, but I'm not gonna spoil it, but you need to watch it. No, you can't get there. You have to watch it, like, tomorrow. Yeah, I wanted Alma to literally... I can't. She makes me mad. I hate kids in TV shows. There's not a kid in TV that I've ever liked. They're always a nuisance. They're always spoiled. They're rotten. No, it's not. Don't listen to Cass. Don't listen to Cass. It's not good. Cass is a liar. They're being fake to you on the live. All I did was spell. Oh yeah, I remember that. The Goosebumps movie. Wait, didn't that Goosebumps movie come out recently? I'm not wrong. I remember that coming out and we watched it. What was that doll? What was that movie? Didn't it come out recently? Holy fuck, why do I forget it? No, it wasn't a series, it was a movie, right? I'm gonna lose my mind. I fear. Fearing for my life right now, airplane emoji. Hulu. I can give you mine if you need it. What's the first Pokemon? Oh, okay, Mia, okay. Hi, Kara! I was literally thinking about you earlier, no big deal. Happy to see ya. Everybody please follow Kara. They're literally iconic. We play a lot of similar of the same games. I don't know if that was the right sentence, but like we play a lot of the same shit and they have great taste. They're amazing, stunning, gorgeous. Please follow them. Please. Fleek. The Haunting Hour wasn't... Was it really? I'm gonna go crazy. We need to figure this out. Goosebumps movie released... I know it was recently. No. Wait! Y'all, I'm literally gonna go crazy. No, I know Fear Street. I'm literally going crazy. This is insane. Like, I think I'm gonna lose it. Tonight, I think I'm gonna lose it. Movie with doll released Netflix. It had to be Goosebumps then. It has to be Goosebumps. I'm literally... This is my brain. What is this movie? I hear something outside my window. It's over. Good night. I'm dead. Bye. Oh my god. Okay. Jewel and Serena and I watched it. There's no way we didn't. Unless I watched it with someone else. Did I watch it with Ben? I watched it with one of y'all. Who did I watch this movie with and what was it? It's not Haunting Hour. Because it wasn't a show. It was a movie. Not this one with the doll, that meme. No, it's not that. It's not that. It's like an actual doll. Not that silly doll. Oh my god, it was Goosebumps. It's the one with Jack Black in it. Goosebumps, this one. Why did we watch this? It was in 2015. Wait, is this it? Yeah, I remember him being in it. Wait, why did we watch this? Wait, I don't think this is it. Hold on. Was it Goosebumps? It's Goosebumps 2. It's Goosebumps 2. I remember the gummy bears. It's Goosebumps 2. Why did we watch that? Is this new? This is in 2018. Why did we watch? I'm texting Jewel. Y'all, why the fuck did we watch Goosebumps 2 last year for Halloween? Like, was it new? Was it current? What was the tea? Why did we watch it? Please help. I'm not crazy. We watched it for whatever reason. Do you remember the movie with the doll and the gummy bears and the kids and the Halloween, and then they like went to the giant tower in the sky and then the doll got electrocuted and the dog kidnapped the mom? Do you remember that? I'm not crazy. Yeah. Nem, what is Cookie Run? I'll show you. It's literally like, it's so fun. It's kind of gacha-y, but you get like a lot of free stuff, like just playing. Like I haven't put I put like maybe $5 on it, but that's because I wanted to put more money on. But you get a lot of shit for free. But you get to like, it's kind of like Farmville. You get to like decorate like your little town, and you collect stuff like Farmville. You can't really see because the flashback on my phone, but you make like wood and like stuff to make stuff. And then there's like fight scenes. It's really hard to explain. Have you ever played the original Cookie Run? It's just like it's like, do you remember Super Mario Run? The mobile game that released of Mario that you like run on a platform? It's kind of like that, but like action-y, like you do like abilities. It's really hard to explain. You just have to play it for yourself. Honestly, it's really fun. Like, I'm addicted. I haven't played Genshin, Dead by Daylight, Fortnite, because I've been playing Cookie Run. And I can play it in my bed. I can just lay down and play it in my bed. But I've also been busy at work, so I play Cookie Run at work. Don't make fun of me. Ad, hashtag ad. I mean, I wish. Cookie Run, please sponsor me. I'll play the fuck out of your game on stream. Oh my god, job interview, and then you can like gift subs. Oh my god. Just kidding. Slay! No, there was not. You're kidding. What? Gag. Slay! If anyone has Cookie Run, you can join my guild because you get rewards and stuff. Oh, I'm gassy. Oh. Victory Road, my hatred grows strong for you. Oh. Oh, see, sweet bunny tango, and a little bit tango. Yeah, because every other console or game thing you have is Evacuation Guide, but you decided to make your name gay, gay, gay? For what? You expected me to add you with the name gay, 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 and you just didn't want to tell me? What? Yeah, so my name's Coctopolis. But yeah. That's wild, Kara. I would have never known that if you did not tell me. Candace Kingdom. This puzzle is not giving. The second my repel wears off? Okay. Uh-huh, uh-huh. You should at least try it once. I mean, like, why not? That's like me with food. Try it once. If you don't like it, get rid of it. And y'all know how I feel about food. Oh, I was done. Oh, I'm done. I'm gonna go this way. Excuse me. Wait, I already went down the way. What the heck? I'm getting angry. You won't like me when I'm angry. Excuse me. What's out this door? Oh, we made it. Goodbye. We made it. I mean, there's like 12 worlds, and there's a lot of stuff in there. There's a lot. Is there no, like... Is this it right here? Oh, okay, it is. Like, is there no PC? Yeah, I would like to. I would like to. Alright, so we don't have a lot of options here. So yeah. Deposit. So we have kind of a good variety of Pokemans. We don't have ground. Let's see if we can bring someone back. I think Litwick would be our best bet, and then we level him up. Or maybe Blitzel. I'm more prone to level up Litwick. Because the ghost. Let's do Litwick. I feel like that's our best bet. Litwick's name? I don't remember naming Litwick that. Uh-huh. I don't know what you're talking about. Nothing's happening. Listen, do you want to have a good Halloween or not? Then you're gonna let me use these fucking rare candies. Listen here, you don't let me use these rare candies on my Pokemon, you're not getting any dinner tonight. Litwick, please. Yeah, like I'm leveling them up. Like I'm in a really tough Pokemon battle right now. You have no idea. I could be fighting God and you wouldn't even know. I am. Personally. Oh, you were done. Cass was done. Oh, you were done. Wait, this is crazy. How is this? I dropped my DS. My Pokemon is evolving? Do you see its name? F stands for fire. His name's Fire. Fire word. Get it? Because he's a candle? Get it? Your F word evolved into Lampert? So true! Excuse me. Let me pose for the thumbnail now while we can. Anyways. hate smiling with my teeth. I look like a serial killer, especially out of drag. Oof. When does it evolve? Oh, that's awkward. Okay, I'll find it. I like that they don't have space for names in this game. It's really funny. So they have to like condense the words. Okay, listen, I'm not gonna do this in any other Pokemon game. We're just on a tight schedule. When we play Pokemon Black and White 2, we have all the time in the world. I think that's good. Little gay twink. Thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Oh, we want to welcome. Oh yeah, I like the sequel better than I've never played this one actually, and also all of the returning champions have better looks than the second one. Like Elisa, or like over the shoulder, like it was gorgeous. What was your first one? I think Gen 2. Well, no, so I was too poor to have Pokemon games, so I knew about Pokemon Gen 2. And I was obsessed with Totodile, Chikorita, and why can't I think of the other one? Cyndaquil. But so I knew about them. Like I would watch my friends and cousins play them, but I didn't get a Pokemon game until Black and White 2. So, which sucks, but. Did we heal? We did not heal. Last two movies? Ooh. I actually watched one recently. I watched the Darkrai movie. I think that's a classic Pokemon movie. I think that's one of the best ones. I like almost cried watching it. It's so good. Oh, you mean in general or Pokemon movies? I think, oh, we just watched Malignant, the new HBO Max horror movie. Honestly, it was pretty good. One of the best horror, like one of the better horror movies in the last decade, I'd say. Pretty good gags and goops. It was really good. The other movie I watched. I think I've watched another movie, but I'm just gonna say Fear Street. I think that was one of the last ones I watched. Oh, it wants me to walk up the stairs. I'm like, why is it not working? Geriachi's one of my favorite Pokemon ever. Ever. She's like my girl. Alright, we're doing our first one. Oh. Spinning around in circles. I'm in the corner, watching you kiss her. Yeah, I thought it was a really good movie. I didn't like how violent it was, though. Like, I've never been a big fan of like how violent some of the horror movies get. Like the bones cracking. Oh, it makes me sick even thinking about it. I don't like that new gen. I think it's a very 2020 and forward horror movie thing. Bones cracking and breaking. The CGI of it. They're obsessed with it. They've done it in every horror movie from 2019, like, forward. It's their new gen, like shock factor. They've been doing it for a while, but I think they're really obsessed with it, like, in the horror genre recently. I don't know what, I think this is dark type. You just call me a man? Not man, oh man. Excuse me? Oh, the music. Oh, I shake my ass. Oh, he's kind of cute. Wait, is it a girl? I'm so sorry. I don't want to misgender. They look great. This music. Oh my god, I shake my ass. Pocket sand. Oh, Grimsley's fruity. You haven't seen the older ones then? No, but like, I feel like there was I feel like you're not understanding. Like, I feel like they stopped doing that from like, for like a couple years in horror movies, and now they're like back into it. Like, they love doing it now. Crack-a-rack! That's what he sounds like in Poke Park 2. One of my favorite games of all time. Oh, I didn't misgender them? Okay, good. I'll just say they for them. I didn't want to, like, be like that person. But... the sprites are so small, and I can barely see in the first place. Oh, yikes. Okay, we're gonna use a full restore. Crack-a-rack! Oh god, he has really good of what is, oh, I don't even know. I'm not very good at this stuff, so we're gonna try. I didn't say it was a bad thing. I just said I don't enjoy it. For someone like me and my friends that have broken our bones and been out of commission and have trauma with that, it's not great to see it in a movie. Oh, it's from the sand? I don't even know if this is the right move to do. Like, I don't know the opposites of, like, the Pokemon spectrum, like, what is super effective and what's not. Oh! I guessed. Sure. This sharp. I think we need water. I'll keep you out. Oh, maybe not my best idea. I'll switch you out. It's okay. Oh my god, he's so strong. That's gonna kill her. Oh my god, why is he so strong? All dark types? Take that. Yeah, that guy hurts. Oh, not the crit. Stop! Oh my god, they hurt so bad. He's gonna use a heal. Yeah. Hi, house. I'm gonna use this again to hopefully get a crit. Crit, crit, crit. Damn it. Grimsley. Thank you. Nice. We did it! That was hard. See, like, we're not too far ahead. We're at a good spot. Like, I didn't fix it too much. Like, I could have gone way too far. Hi, safety bestie. I like the theme in that boss. That was a good boss theme. Let's do the ones in the back first. Throw it back. Oh, what the fuck? Oh my god, how pretty. Oh Oh my god, how pretty is that? Oh my gosh, this is so pretty. Oh. I remember her! Hi, girl boss. She's a girl boss. Hi, Egg. Yes, Caitlin. I like the theme for this Elite Four. That was such a pretty entrance to her battle. Oh. Caitlin, girl, we just got here. Let's calm down. We need a dark type. F word stands for fire. Yep. Oh my god. I start twitching with the fight we had with this a couple of streams ago. Oh yes, insta-kill. Let's go. Oh, I think this one's part dark, so it's not gonna... It stands for fire. Excuse me. Oh, really? Kara, I don't know a lot about the lore, but that's really cute. Okay, that was easy with this Pokemon, because, like, dark type shadow move. I mean, like, all of her Pokemon were psychic, so, like, if we had a couple, this would have been easy anyway. All of her are weak to a lot of them. Let me heal up my Pokemon. Yeah, right? I remember that's how I beat this game in the first time I played it when I was a little kid. I had a Chandelure. The fuck? Oh, this is Ghost. Oh, I gotta switch. Let's go. Bring me up. I remember them too. I remember them. I remember this boss fight. I remember this was so hard when I was a kid. To fly. Dark Ghost is weak to... No, what is it? Is it Ghost is weak to Ghost or Dark is weak to Ghost? Or it's something with those two. Like Dark and Ghost, like they counteract each other. Or Psychic? Do I need to get like a Pokemon chart for while we play these and like put it next to my PC. Yeah, Ghost is weak to Ghost. And Psychic. That's what I thought. Chantal, and then the beautiful, like, back. Yes, I remember Chantal! Oh my god, and the purple bob. Oh my god, Chantal is such a serve. I remember. One of my favorites. Ghost type trainers gym leaders have the best designs. You can't even fight me on that. Acerola, Chantal, yeah. Or Bob. Tag yourself on gay person. So true. I feel like my Chandelure isn't so high. Oh, it was high. It's like a good level. Okay, maybe it's a little high level, but Kappa, what? The way I haven't played Genshin in like 4 days and I need to roll on Kokomi's weapon. Because Kokomi's never getting a rerun. Like, her sales were the worst Genshin sales on a character ever. I feel terrible because she's like my favorite character, but like, she got the worst sales ever. This is like when your starter is so much higher level than all your other Pokemon. Chandelure was my starter. We didn't just catch them. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry, Chantal. You're amazing. I love you. Bye. Like I just levitate. I'm levitating. Alright, last one. Oop, this one looks like it's gonna be a pain in my butt. Uh-oh. Oh no! It's weak against... Okay. You've had a what? Oh, I see it. I'm assuming this is Steel. Oh! I'm seeing Steel tomorrow. Steel's coming to my place. Wait, his name's Marshall? I think his name's Marshall. It is. I'm not a oh, Marshall with the Saw-Con Pokemon. Can it start raining again? I want the rain. Let the rain fall. Oh. Please don't hurt me. Okay, we're good. Wait, is he fighting or is he Steel? I don't get it. He has to be Steel. I feel like he's Steel. He's just not admitting it. Sock. He's fighting? My life has been a lie. Wait, he's in a ring. Maybe I should have taken the hint. Oh well. My Samurot's doing well. Go, gay person! The way he's gonna eat my Pokemon up. Oh! Ow! Ouchie. It's okay. Darumaka's part fighting, so he can't do a lot of damage to me unless his... I hate this... Well, this Pokemon's actually cute. I don't like the other version of it before this evolution. Gay person fainted. Bury me. I'm not laughing at you, but I'm laughing at the way you said it. Oh, Marshall, how dare you use a full restore, you beast. Get a crit, get a crit, get a crit, get a crit, get a crit. Crit, crit, crit. Yes! The rest is up to you. Bye-bye. Alright. Now we gotta fight. I wonder who the final boss is. I know who it is. Do you think the final boss is gonna be Iris? Oh my god, it's Iris. Excuse me. Oh, she's living up here? Oh, she's really a girl boss. Go ahead, Miss Iris. I love Iris a lot. Better serve. All right. Okay. We're not gonna question anything. Yeah, my DS is so weird. Slay. Just a moment. On. There we go. I'm doing something, if you would give me a moment. Right. Oh god. Okay. We're doing it. My life. Is he the final boss? Does anyone know? Is he the final boss? no, y'all. Oh no. We're gonna move past this. Oh. Okay. I have an idea. Okay. We're gonna move past this. We're gonna do it. Not me doing this on the live. So how is everybody's day? How are we doing? You're not. Not what I think. Uh-huh. My god. This is unhinged. And you wink. What is even going on? I'm trying my best here. Okay. There's some progress being made, if that helps anyone. I just need to find a cutscene. Okay, we found a town. Oh my god, Safety, join our guild. It's so good. Hold on. Okay. Things are happening. I'm not sure what's happening, but things are happening. Am I even supposed to be here? I'm just gonna let y'all see what's going on. And if something terrible happens... We did something! Wow! We beat the Elite Four. Wow. Who cheered? Wait, could you go this way or could you not before? You go to the right of Nimbasa City. Could you not before? Let's find some Pokemon, I guess. Okay. So now we're just vibing because we beat the game. We did. I think. A level 63 Baneri? Excuse the fuck out of me. The way this Baneri is gonna beat my ass. Oh. I want a Baneri, I want a Baneri, I want a Baneri. What was that? Did the Baneri just kill itself? Yeah, wow, we did it. We beat the Elite Four. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? I'm so proud of us. Who's doing it like us on the Nemesis Network? With our DS. In tip-top shape. You have more Pokemon? Give it up, girl. Oh, Snubble, look how cute he looks! That noise? What was that? Okay. It's the 3 health for me. Okay. Is doing a wee tee. That's so campy. Uh-oh. F word is gone. We lost y'all. Oh, I want milk and cookies. Share pleek. I want a soft cookie though. I don't like hard cookies. Hard cookies are blah. IRL stream where we make the cookies from Cookie Run. It's giving share. It's giving share. I put a white lash on, like they love a white lash in Cookie Run. They do. Oh, it's raining. Oh, it's raining hard again. Hi? Was that supposed to happen? It's the random encounter for me. So can it stop raining because I caught him? Because I'm done. Can you stop making it rain? You want to give him a nickname? Ugly Shrek. Oh, it stopped raining. Yep. Oh! Excuse me. I don't want you, Golbat. You're cool, but I'll pass. It's a boot for me. Okay. Oh my god, Stan Luna. Nope. Get away from me. We need to find a Slowpoke. Or else I'm going to cry. Slowpoke's gotta be in the water here. There's no way he's not. Slowpoke, come home. Dang it. No, I sense his presence here. No, he's here. I sense him. He'll come home. I think he's here. This is him. This is him. Fuck. The way I got excited. I was like, oh, it's him. Dang it. Me angry. Manifesting Slowpoke. Manifesting Slowpoke. Oh, Staryu is a serve. I won't catch her. Can I use a net? Oh! Nice. Yeah, I do. They censored sex? What's wrong with you? How could you censor that? They don't have special characters either? What the heck? Perfect. Wait, what's on land over here? I want to go here. What's here? Oh. Ugh! Get it away. Nope. Oh. Hey guys. I didn't want to bother anybody. I'm just gonna go. Guys. Guys. I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go. That was scary. Okay. Anyways. I barely ate any of that. I'll probably eat it when I'm off stream. I don't like eating on camera. I have like this like thing that like if I eat in front of people, like my stomach gets smaller. It's not even like just I think it's like, I don't know, maybe it is anxiety. I just don't like eating in front of people. Like when I go out to dinner, like I don't eat a lot. Cause like I'm in front of people. Like my stomach gets smaller. Tangela. Where is Baneri? No, I don't like that. Well, I mean, I don't know. I just don't like. I don't know, really. I mean, I would never eat at the dinner table when I was little because that reason. I'd be like, I don't want people to watch me eat. I don't like doing it on stream either. I'm like, please don't look at me. Look away. Oh, the music here is so pretty. Wait. The music's so pretty. I love this song. What the fuck? Go back. I was enjoying that. Oh my god, it does look like the sand is animated, not the water. I love the sound of this town. I hate that it's so abrupt and changes the music. So rude. Like, I was listening to that. Baby! Baby, but I don't want you. Oh. Stay away from me. Where is Slowpoke? Come home. Gary, come home. What is this? Oh. Listen, I'm just adventure. Like, I don't have a map. This game doesn't have a map unless you use your fly. So I'm just like trying to just find it. Another Wingle. Meow meow. Why don't they only have like 2 Pokemon in each area? I swear it's not like this in other Pokemon games, but I mean, I haven't played the Pokemon games in forever since this stream, so... Sorry, the sugar crash from the monsters hitting me, and I had a Sprite, so that didn't. Oh my god! Please leave me alone. I'm trying to find my baby. I just want to see the Slowpoke Sprite. Like, I just want to see him. I'm begging. I'm Rita Baga. Oh. Oh. Hello. Oh, there's Wooper in this game. Ava would be so pleased. Oh wow. It's not very effective, but almost kills me. What if your water Pokemon was dead and it died in the battle you were doing in the water? You just drowned. That would be camp. Leave me alone. A swimmer, Tim. Fuck. I'm gonna keep what I was thinking internal. Because it's dirty. I just... Excuse me. When has that ever stopped you? None of your business. Can I find Slowpoke, please? I will. I just want to find Slowpoke. I thought that was a peepee. This is not the right area. Like, Slowpoke is not here. We're done. I'm done. Oh, Slowpoke is here. That's interesting, isn't it? I don't need it where I'm going. What is this? What is it? How do you serve? Oh. Oh, you have to get up there. Let me see if I can do a little something something. You can't see what I'm doing. Just give me a minute. Okay, I guess I'll just show this. It's a Weasel! So cute. Let's catch it. I want it. I love Weasel. Weasel is so underrated. When they came out, it was like the cutest thing ever. Like, everybody was obsessed. I remember being obsessed with him in like 1st or 2nd grade. Like, he's such a cutie. Yes, like I feel like he should be in like Pokemon Unite. That'd be so cute. I want to name it. I just want it to be Weasel. Ugh. Where is this area? Wait, there is fully a map. It's literally right here. And I've been bitching about it all game. Uh-huh. We made it! Hey, look, Mom, I made it. Now where's Slowpoke? Give him to me now. I just want to see him once, and then we can call it. Show me the boy. Here comes the boy. That's not what I expected, but a good pick. I'll take it. Well, picks baby. Hi, Savannah. How was it? Oh, okay, it's fine. I'll just use a Master Ball. Who cares? Who cares? Like, we're about to just end anyway, so it's fine. Who cares? A little chaotic. Ben, did I ask? No. I just picked them up off the ground. I don't know what you could be speaking of. You're sick. These accusations. Slowpoke, here comes the boy. That is not... Is that shiny? That literally looks shiny. Why are you like pea yellow? I'm gonna go. Like, I don't need to. Like, get away. Slowpoke, here comes the boy. Can I... Can I see my baby? I'm gonna go get my Slowpoke plushie to manifest this. Talk about a reveal. We're gonna find Slowpoke. We're gonna find him. Can you tell I like... Can you tell I like Slowpoke? Oh! I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, I wanted the point to be, I wanted to manifest that we're getting the Slowpoke. I just wanted the point to get across. Now this is a talent. Get me on America's Got Talent. Come home, Slowpoke. Come home. Come to mommy. That's not Slowpoke. Thank you, Prince. I have more. I have about 10 more of these plushies, just want to let you know. Can you tell I like Slowpoke? Did you know my favorite Pokemon is Slowpoke? Did you know that? Guys, get away. Guys. Guys, I'm just here for Slowpoke. Can you get the fuck away from me? I don't care about your fucking treehouse. Shut up. Okay. Slowpoke, come home. I'm so talented balancing this on my head. Slowpoke. My baby. My baby boy. What if it popped out of the Master Ball? What then? I want to catch 3 so we can get all evolutions. Not dopey Pokemon. That's so fucking rude. There's not gonna be enough characters. Alright, another one. Shiny hunting for Slowpoke. Earth, wind, fire, water. Okay. No, you can give it a King's Rock, can't you? I just love Slowpoke. I mean, look at this. I mean, come on now. How could you not like him? Look at all of these plushies. They're so adorable. Can I get another Slowpoke? Who cares about you, Basculin? You beast. I mean, that would be so campy if they did a Slow Queen and it kind of like resembled Jinx a little bit with the wig. Can I stop bouncing out of the water? The way this is still on my head and my arms and everything, like, I'm such a balancing queen. Balance queen. Oh my god, Basculin, get away from me, you fucking ugly bitch. Sorry. I am too, Mia. I'm just looking for one more Slowpoke. I just want to see my boy one more time. Oh! What is wrong with this thing? No, Mia, you need to watch the new American Horror Story. I get you a 5-hour energy. What the fuck is going on here? I'll watch it right now. I don't give a fuck. There you are, baby. Oh, hey, he's kind of low level. We can evolve him. Alright. He's so cute. Well, I'm gonna end stream. Cause we finished Black and White, technically. We beat the Elite Four. There's not a lot to do post-game. I really don't care about post-game. When we do these replays of Pokemon, I'm just gonna go to the Elite Four and finish. And this is the only one that, like, unfortunately, was very glitchy. And I've learned from it. I've learned from my mistakes, and it won't happen again. The next one, we won't have any cheats, blah, blah, blah. It was just me trying to fix my broken save file. So that's why there were so many rare candies and stuff, because the save file got corrupted. So next time, there won't be any of this. It'll be all legit, but I did have a good time. Our end party was pretty lit. I did like all the Pokemon we got. I have a newfound love for Duramaka. You know what'd be so cute is if after we all voted in the chat for who was our favorite Pokemon from my team, and we got a community plushie, and they would sit in the background of like the streams and stuff in my stream room. That'd be so cute. That would be adorable. And then at the end we get like the MVP list. That'd be cute. I like that idea. I don't care if any of you don't like that idea. You're gonna vote. But yeah, I'm gonna end. I'm not gonna raid anybody. I know we got a raid from Milkman Nick, but I have an auto host on, so if you just stick around, it'll automatically have another stream playing from someone on my team. Because I'm a little bit stressed tonight, so I just don't want to worry about that. I didn't see your team. I'll post it on Twitter and it'll be in the thumbnail. And I'll have a screenshot. So yeah. I just don't feel I want to end stream. And yeah, I'll do a voting, like I'll do a straw polls or something. And it'll be in the description of the YouTube video. But yeah, I'm gonna end. I love y'all. Say bye, Slowpoke. I'll see y'all on Thursday. It'll be our last stream before October. We're having 13 streams of Halloween again. And we are going to be playing Halloween games, horror games, campy horror games, all of it. All of October, 13 streams of Halloween. I'm going to be doing every stream a new Halloween look. So stay tuned for that. I'm so excited. My Instagram is going to be flooded with the 3 Instagram again. I'm going to do it up, do photo shoots every stream. It's going to be crazy. I can't wait to see you there. But in the meantime, I'm going to end and do a little bit more working on my outfits because I've been making some of my outfits. So I'm going to do that. And I'll see you on the next one. Love y'all. Thanks for hanging. I'll see you Thursday. And we'll do something silly on Thursday because it'll be our last one. Maybe we'll do Cat in the Hat. Who fucking knows? Love y'all. Bye. See you next time. Thanks for hanging.